Confirmation? Connexivation? Wait, that's not a verb. Conjugation. It's not interfation. Why even make any sense when I start these streams? Will I ever make any of these sense when I start these streams? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Jamming today. And then, one of those. And then, we say hello, hello to the abridged water. And we say hello, hello to the Haidoto. Speaking of water, I should probably drink that. Do my eyes deceive me? Or do we have stretch break as the first redeem of the stream? And not even 2 minutes in? I'm not even tired. You lie to me. We will get up and take a break, though. For stretching. Yeah. Also, hello and welcome to the Lotus Kushan and the Shy Assassin of the VT variety. I think that's a sufficient little break. Because why not? Also, hello and welcome to Kitco36, as always. G-Lane88, hello, hello again, as always. Austin _9_0, hi there, welcome. The Christopher 1955. The Huta 2H. Hi, hi. I'm just gonna get inundated. Inundated with redeems of some sort, aren't I? Be it stretching or hydration. I guess it's good to get all of them in early, maybe. I don't know. Sort of. As always. Welcome, welcome. Hello and welcome, welcome. And all this sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, let's move the playlist around here a little bit. Maybe. So. And now, the part that's important. I get to decide what I'm doing today. The E. The E. What is the E of the day? It is Verilog. Oh my god. Hello? You know you've made it big when the Verilog shows up. I'm memeing slightly, of course, but welcome. The Verilog of infamy. Also, hello and welcome to Mug. Maybe it's Magoo. I don't know. Would you like some of that Verilog? Clearly. Today, I think for certain I know that I want to work on part of my operating system. The exact aspect of it, though, is something that I'm, like, indecisive on. This being the start of the stream, I'm always like, you know, I gotta figure it out. Figure out which thing to do. It's sort of a bit of a meme. But basically, I've decided I would take the Linux kernel and like Node.js, and I would remake all the POSIX utilities in like TypeScript and JavaScript. So it's kind of like a Unix-like OS, but it's more cursed. So I'm sort of like indecisive if I want to build like some of those POSIX utilities, or if I want to build like compilers again. Today, right now, right this moment, I'm deciding what to do. We are preparing. Mentally. Mentally preparing. And being indecisive about it. As always. Let's see if it still works, because I was messing with this thing from last time. No. I broke it. Oh, I so very much broke it. I kind of messed with it, like, off stream a bit. And I was like, oh, I'll just, like, rebuild the tool chain to experiment a little bit. Yeah, that didn't work. Let's find, one of my OBS scenes, I guess. And then we will, like, I don't know, just kind of dive into this thing. So I rebuilt, like, I reran my, like, build script thing that's supposed to, like, rebuild the system. And we kernel panic, which means that probably, I'm guessing, either the shared libraries or Node is broken again. Or maybe it's the directory structure. I don't know. It could be any number of things at this point. I'm guessing I probably broke the directory structure somehow. I don't know. Or maybe I just have to relink, like, literally everything. But I don't know. Also, hello and welcome to Graffiti. Graffiti? Graffiti. 82. And Chiandu. 16. Hi, hi. I'm not sure what I'm missing. Somewhere I think I have like a chroot command that I could maybe use? No? Apparently not. Apparently I've misplaced that. Unless I have multiple terminals. Do I have multiple terminals? Yeah. And the great thing about using like Node on Linux is that you can test it on the host system. When things inevitably go wrong, which they go wrong so much. I am doing pretty good today, I think. I think. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if like environment variables are leaking in here. And we need to just like, I don't know, point. I mean, it shouldn't be that. But I would, maybe there's some nonsense with lib paths or whatever. No, that wouldn't have be it. That wouldn't it be it. It's gotta be something else. Cause like all of those are in there. Very much. I mean, it could just be that I have to like rebuild Node or something. I don't know. Like, stuff will just randomly break. I don't know if that's because I just have to like straight up rebuild everything. Or if I didn't rebuild it. Or if I didn't build it properly to begin with. Like maybe we're just like getting the library name wrong because it kind of doesn't go. Or maybe Node doesn't exist. Yeah, that would probably actually be the bigger problem. Yeah, It would help if I had the program that I'm trying to run in the file system. It's always something super obvious that I forget to check. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Definitely. We like install node into the file system. The root fs. That'd probably help if I had the program in there, you know? Yeah. So if anything, we probably maybe should put this in my build script here. And we'll do make install. And honestly, I should probably find... I should find if I have that configuration line for Node. It's not my fault, really. I don't know why it keeps doing that. If it's still gone? And then refresh. The refresh. The refresh. Yes. Yes, this sort of... Yes. Yeah, mmm. 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 Apparently we're off to a great start today. Everything is exploding. I love it when everything exploding. I doesn't love when everything just explodes randomly. Yay. 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 Isn't... is this an internet thing with me, or is this Twitch just being Twitch? I don't know. I don't know. No, I think it's something with me. Yeah, apparently my internet just decides to like completely and 100% die. Randomly. And it has been for the past, I don't know, week? It's just, oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be stable or not. I might have to wait a moment or 3. Very E. I don't even remember what I was looking for. I don't think that's the thing. I don't think this one is the thing. It might be, but I don't know. I don't know, because I thought I used a custom link thing today. Today promises to be very sort of messed up. Because apparently my internet just died. And then came back. And now I'm like, I don't trust it anymore. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Is it gonna explode again, or is this just a sporadic meh in the middle of the day? I mean, for now, it seems like it's working. So... yeah. Download more internet. Free connection speed upgrade. Complimentary connection upgrade speed. I wonder if I can get like the configuration line or something. Good. What are you? What about in the make file? I don't think that's it. I don't think this is it. Like, I don't know if it's something that I send to configure, or if it was something that I put in make. And this is what I get for not, like, writing it down or whatever. Was it? It's one of those make things, something. So what about all the make commands? Nope, I think it's rolled off the end. Or has it? I don't know. I don't know if I was... I'm busy, apparently. Was it this one? No, because that one has a target. I know for a fact that Node doesn't support targets. Okay, what if we do... after... Node B22. Clean, disclean. I mean, that's promising. That's sort of maybe promising. Let's give me more context. Is it around 1,000? Oh, let's just go to 1,000. Here. This line. 10, 14. And I also don't know if we put the lib standard C++ in here, do we? Yeah, we did. Okay. Okay. I want to make sure I write all this stuff down. Cause, yeah. If I don't, then it breaks, and then I'm like, what the hell did I do to make it work? So, you know, simple things like install the software. So, yeah, now that we've, like, oops, we've installed the software into the image, such that it now exists. Are we back where we started from the last time? My intuition says probably. The fox goddess. Maybe we will figure this out. Plop. Plop. I almost feel like I should just, like, make that playthrough. Despite the fact that I love the plop. As always, thank you, by the way. That is shocking and surprising every single time, sort of, and I don't know. I love my notification for it. Obsidian. Logsec. Neither of these are familiar to me. Neither of these are familiar to me at all. Alright, so... REPL exists. REPL exists. So we're back here again. Back here again. Back where we were last time. Which is a good place, I think. We got the node. Yeah. As far as like note-taking apps though, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of all of that stuff. The Mesaka is not Japanese. I'm just a weeb. I sort of pay attention to, like, I don't know, Japanese culture, Japanese media. This particular artist is... well, I don't know. Popular in Japan, but also somewhat throughout the world in certain circles. And then... Like, I was recommended. I was recommended to listen to it, to her. Sort of. Yeah, I don't know how I tell this story. Basically, though, someone told me about it. And then I, like, started listening to the music, and I'm like, yay? Yay. The Avatar? Well, assuming I'm not, like, I don't know, blinking too obscurely. Yeah, it does follow my facial expressions decently well. Yeah. The eyes closed a lot, I think, are probably just because, like, my lighting is not proper right now. I kind of like turned off the lights so the eyes close more often than they normally would. I mean, I do blink and close my eyes a lot. This is something that I do, but it may or may not be slightly more than usual today. I don't know. It depends. Like, it seems like it does okay. But, like, the squinty thing is a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more sensitive. So if I, like, squint, it closes my eyes instead of doing the squint. But yeah, I have, like, a lamp on my desk that I affectionately call the artificial sun because it's very bright. And although I have, like, some sort of, like, alternate lighting, it's not as good as the artificial sun. What are we pulling? Healthy diet? What? Yeah? Apparently we need to eat a healthy diet. The, uh, the pull. There's a pull. Channel pull that lasted, I don't know, a second or something. I don't know. Pizza as a healthy diet? I mean, it's filling, but I don't know if I would consider this healthy exactly. I guess it depends on what you put on the pizza. But even then, it tends to be like a lot of bread. Maybe if it were like thin crust, I had lots of like veggies or something on it. But then is it really pizza at that point? Also, hello and welcome to Kirim. Yeah, where's the 80 column mark? Limb, B and limb. I want 80 columns to be visible. Yeah, I don't know why I don't just like set like a column visual marker for me. Because I'm pretty sure NeoVim supports that. Yeah, if I turn on the artificial sun, the eye is less squinty. Slightly? Slightly. I don't know if that's 100% necessary, but I think the objective for today is going to be the shell. Because, yeah. So since we have the ad break thing going here, since I'm gonna have to sort of maybe wait for that anyway. The shell. 100% sane language. Very well documented, clearly. Clearly. How bad could it be? Misaka says, reluctantly. Let's see here, maybe. Documents, column, limit. Duplicate. Is that color column? Color column. Also, hello and welcome to Astatine. Hello, hello. So I think if we do set color column, I do 80 and I don't know, what are some others that I like? Like 100. It's like, yep, that's, yeah. Don't want to go past that. Sorta. Like, I don't know, set all of them? Like if I go into here, no, it doesn't go. The thing that we are doing is still the ECMA OS. The ECMOS. I've been having like way too much fun with this project. Way too much. I need I need the shell. Don't overdose on the fun. The story of Meisaka is a long and elaborate one. Sort of, but also kinda short at the same time. I am like a hobby software developer turned net admin, and then I quit that, and then I tried to do like school for a little while, and I dropped out of that, and then I started streaming kinda full time. And like, I guess I've just sort of been like streaming ever since, more or less. But like, I don't know, I've done a lot of just sort of my own hobby projects that are software related. Game engines, 3D engines, renderers, compilers, interpreters, and assemblers, virtual machines, operating systems. Algorithms, visualizations, integrations with different things. Sort of all sorts of nonsense. We also did like hardware stuff a few times. I've done like, I don't know, rudimentary CPU design, like sort of like the bare minimum of of CPUs. I've reverse engineered stuff. I've worked on some like multiplayer game engines before. Done like network protocol stuff. Obviously, some of my like net admin years I spent like scripting different things. Network. Very highly evil network. The evil net. So like I have some familiarity. Some no shortage of familiarity with like BSD systems, Solaris, Unix-like things, a couple of different flavors of Linux. I had to deal with Windows, Mac OS, like adminning those kind of things. Admin tools for Mac OS is kind of eek. Kind of sort of eek. Last year I was trying to build a RISC-V emulator. And then I was gonna like design like a core for it in Verilog and like load that onto an FPGA. We didn't get to that part. It just basically made like a very elaborate addressable LED controller. And then I made like some sort of I sort of like took a memory controller that I found and then like spent, I don't know, a ridiculous amount of time trying to optimize it into actually working. And then it's sort of like, I don't know, it sort of worked. Didn't hit the performance targets that I was aiming for, but like, I think it did around, I think it ran with a system clock at 100 megahertz. Which 100 megahertz SDR fetch from memory is not bad, considering that the original one ran at like 30 something or 20 something. I don't remember. It was something ridiculous. But I was like just sort of like writing raw Verilog, despite the fact that I am not 100% familiar with any of that. And by not 100%, I mean like I didn't know what I was doing, but I still managed to make a memory controller. I made a sort of like proof of concept core thing. It's like, I don't know. I made a like state machine, a state machine like processor thing, and I made an addressable LED strip controller, as I said. And I've actually left like the LED controller design just sort of burned into the FPGA because it turns out that it's vaguely useful. Turns out that I am lazy. So I have a strip of addressable LEDs on my desk that I use for like lighting my face. And I just sort of reach forward and poke at the FPGA button to like switch the modes. Obviously, or maybe not obviously, it is excessive for what it needs to actually do. The point wasn't really to make an LED controller though. It was to get used to like writing Verilog, programming FPGA, making state machines. It's sort of, I don't know, it did things. It sort of worked. Yeah. I like messed up all my sway windows on the other screen. I did not get those in the right order. Let's see how you. What do I want? One of these. And then you get stacked into there. On this group. What do I want to do with this group? I don't know. I don't know. Because it's like, oh, there we go. There we go. I figured it out. Okay. The VM. Yeah, not the commands. The commands, the functions for the ships. I think with the ships, let's see, what was it? Was it VM2? And then we'll go in here. Let's see. So far in this implementation, I think we have private memory and I/O. I don't know if I implemented volatile private memory yet. Probably not. All of the chat commands for the VM work, as far as I remember. I did implement coordinate system. And then, as far as modules go, the flight module I think requested relative velocity was implemented. Current relative velocity might be implemented. The requested heading, this was implemented. Current absolute heading, I believe that was also implemented. And then the enable flags. I know that this was... I believe that these were set up to allow heading and heading mode, I think. And then you can also set your ship colors. So I think the majority of the flight control module was implemented. So you should be able to write programs that can like fly the ship around and change its color. In theory. I don't remember if we did all the like velocity change stuff. I want to say that either I did or it's like a flat flag, but I don't remember. Fly? No, this is just a separate project. I have a lot of stuff going on. But if you mean fly as in blazingly fast, probably not that either. Probably not that either. Bump into every single wall in existence. It will be fine. So I was reading the documentation for the shell a little bit the other day. It's kind of, On the one hand, it's kind of a lot. And on the other hand, it seems sort of kind of fundamentally simple in a couple of ways. So, I'm like, I don't know really where to start other than to, like, I don't know, read all the command line options or like read the quoting system or whatever. I guess the benchmark here, stuff I want to know is kind of highly, I don't know, it's in a way, it's kind of well documented. Because, like, the shell in particular is defined by a document called POSIX, which is pretty specific about, like, the, like, minimum requirements for the syntax and, like, all the symbols and what they sort of need to do and not do. Written in, like, specificationese. So we do kind of have, like, a well-defined starting point for documentation about what to actually, how to actually put this stuff together. So the catch here is not really going to be like, I don't think that, like, I don't know that it's necessarily going to be like picking the things out of the shell. I think it's more like going to be like putting the pieces together and then, like, testing them. And I sort of care about POSIX compliance insofar as one of my, like, sub goals for the operating system is to be able to, like, build all of, like, the, like, system utilities needed to, like, build GCC, basically. Because as far as I know, this is sort of like, a GCC is sort of like, it's not, I'm not going to say it's easy to port. But as far as I know, like, the build system for GCC isn't, like, overly complicated. Like, a lot of it uses, as far as I know, POSIX compliant standards or some such. So, like, if we went to, like, GCC and we went to their configure script, for example, it starts with, like, bin sh, which is, like, less feature dependent than something like bash, for example. And while I'm not exactly about to say that, like, it's the simplest thing, I feel like it's within the realm of doability, if you want to call it that, to implement a bunch of this stuff. There is Dash, but Dash is not written in JavaScript or TypeScript. Which is, like, half of the meme of the operating system, but also is, like, sort of an excuse for me to, like, figure out these, like, different, like, elements needed to actually put together the operating system. So I'm like, for example, there's calls in here to like sed, the streams editor, which runs regular expressions over its input. And because we have Node, which runs a JavaScript interpreter, there's already a built-in like regular expression engine, and all I really have to do is make sure that my regular expressions get turned into the flavor needed for Node. Because I think sed has some specific escaping rules, maybe. I don't remember. Also, hello and welcome to Colonoscopy. Welcome, welcome. And besides, we do... Apparently this does tests. What are we naming this? I don't know. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't know. I I didn't decide on what to name it. I was like, I want sort of a short name. So like my first instinct was to call it Sheesh. Cause that's funny. But I'm like, that's also kind of long. So, I don't know. We might keep this. We might keep this unless I like unless I come up with something better. I don't care about practicality. No, clearly not. We have autocomplete. Sheesh. No, it's spelled out. S-H-E-E-S-H. Sheesh. I'm like, maybe I could make it shorter. Take out the E's, but we need the E's. E's are important. Shush. Shush is also maybe kind of good. What does this thing do? Echo. Bash version, Z shell version. Xprint, echo something. Yeah. This is gonna be interesting. Shebang. I think I'm gonna use... I think we're gonna use like the GCC configure script as sort of like, I don't know, the baseline for figuring this out. Because it does a bunch of things. So that's, I don't know, that's sort of going to be the thing that we want to try to run. But I probably want to get some preliminary stuff out of the way. So where are my terminals? So we're going to go into this one. And... Or no, I think we need to summon yet another terminal. Why are we in GCC? Why is this thing home to GCC? Yeah. gcc.js. We have a lot to get through before we get to the compilers. There's sort of a lot of stuff that would have to go into that. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm like, if I want to just, if I want to go like full native compiler, or if I want to do something like interpreted something. I don't know. I think I would probably sooner rewrite a JavaScript runtime. Because for as popular as Node is, there's some like deprecated stuff in Node. And we don't want to use deprecated features. Clearly not. We want to rip out all the deprecated features. But also, I don't know. Node might perform well. It might not. I don't. What was I doing? Yeah. TypeScript. We're gonna run TypeScript TSC in watch mode. So that we can like try this as we go. Can I run the like version of Node that we built? Apparently we can. I don't know if I want to or not, but maybe we will. And then we want to run, I think it was in, see, it was, I think we put stuff, we just tossed stuff straight into like the root. I don't think that's a good structure though. I might need some subdirectory for that. But yeah, if we like run this, it obviously will not do anything because I built out basically just like a stub of some sort that exists. It exists. That's about it. And this is just like, I don't know, some stuff from the spec that I wrote down. So like if we were to build something like, I don't know, console log shell help, for example. It doesn't do anything because we have to call shell main. And now you get the sheesh help page that I wrote. Yeah, except not really. Except not really. However, we don't really want console.log. No, we want the, what's it called? We want process. And I don't know what else we need initially. But yeah, I think we want process and we want the standard out. Standard out. Which is a right stream. Auto import, I guess, file system. We want to write the shell help to standard out instead. I don't know if this is the right kind of right stream. There's too many. I don't know, could we like import TTY? I don't want the node prefix on these. Are you the correct type? Sort of. Yeah, it didn't scroll, but it's kind of... Alright, and then if we run you... The same thing, but without the bonus new line. So that's kind of important. And then we need... I don't know, an input. I don't know if we need an input, but maybe we need an input. Like maybe we have, I don't know, we have the shin. Not the shin. Not the shin. That's too cursed. Source. Wait, you're not right stream, you're read stream. So source should have read. What do you do? Read data out of the internal buffer and return it. If no data are available to be read, null are returned by default data or something. So this isn't going to... It's not going to wait. As far as I know. Readable encoding. Readable stream. Don't know what that means. I do not know what any of it means. I didn't read enough of this. I don't know, so if we read like 4 bytes, I'm guessing that's like bytes. Should only be called on readable streams operating in paused mode. I need to figure out what that means. The old streams mode is paused by default. So to call resume to read from it. Resume? Pause? I'm not sure. Because I'm never sure. It's part of what this is all about. I guess I would say resume? I have no idea how this input API works. Oh no? Well, I did something. Maybe. Or maybe not, because it didn't really... I don't know that it really did anything. Like, we do console log read. We get null. And then this one is null, but exits immediately. So, like, I don't think... I don't think we can do, like, blocking reads. Which would kind of complicate some of this. On the one hand, that's sort of vaguely interesting, but also not very helpful. One possible alternative here would be to use the file systems interface. And then, what's it called? Run all of, like, the sync read calls on the underlying file descriptor. Because this is one of those, I don't know, one of those weird differences here. We have to make this async. Resume. Then on data. Other. I don't know what the parameters for data are. We have buffer. We have buffer. Oh no. Kind of, sort of. And that would be kind of... I don't know, that would be sort of... It doesn't quite do what I need it to do. So I think we might need the file system stuff because, yeah. We don't actually want to read too much from the input. Unless it's like unless it's like a teletype, a TTY device, then maybe it would be fine. Maybe it would. I don't know. Okay, we do. Can we read file? Read sync. So what if we do read sync, which is a little more familiar to like, I don't know, like the POSIX APIs. Of course, this requires some buffer. Some buffer. And we give buffer. And then what do we have to do? I'm not sure what flavors this is. Oh yeah, we got read sync, offset length. I guess that's actually for the buffer. So yeah, I guess we'll read. I don't know, maybe we'll read like 4 bytes into the buffer and then we'll get some result. No overload expects 4 arguments. Reposition or null. How about null? Temporarily unavailable resource. E again. Does that mean you're set? This is, well, that means it's probably non-blocking. How do I make you block? Wait, it's... No, it's not in there. Where was it? Everything in here about blocking? No, no idea. The link to the compiler. I don't know if I put this in any of the, like, documentation at all. I should have this somewhere, though. This one? Let me... That's not the link. Copy. Paste. It was this one. It does not support all of the instructions. So I added quite a few instructions since then. Very AI. Oh, let's see here. If anything, I probably need the node documentation. Maybe. Can we find blocking? Do not blocking the event loop. What if I want to block the event loop? The FDs should be passed to net socket. So apparently maybe these are supposedly sockets. So can we like set encoding? UCF8? Sure, sure. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I don't know if that's actually going to make much of a difference or not. Because, like, I kind of sort of want it to, like, not read too much. This might be a bit of an ask, though. Although, I guess if we are a TTY device, which is different from, like, a file device, then the requirements might necessarily be slightly different. Yeah. 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 I might have to make this in such a way that non-blocking devices are different from blocking devices and how they are handled. Probably. Yeah, I don't know how I want to do that. You know, this is... It seems like a trivial thing on the surface, but this is actually kind of sort of important to how the whole thing works. Either that or we could, like, I don't know. I could try command line. I could try parsing all the command line options. That seems a bit superfluous, though. Like, not the thing that I should be focusing on. I don't know. I don't know. Probably we'll get rid of those. source can be on data like it was. And then we'll do zoom, set encoding, eek. Now we can read eek. Read a eek. I think this will do for like interactive input. Which is probably fine to start with. As long as I have something in place. So then we want some function to do the, what's it called? The parsing of the shell symbols and characters and stuff. That's kind of important. Actually, kind of very highly important. So we will have the input. The input, let's call it, I don't know, a line. I don't know if this is a good pattern for a parser. Because the shell has sort of like this weird thing where it will parse characters up to a point and then it has to stop. So. Dancing may suck us. So many dancing may suck us. So many. So many? Question mark? Alright, I need to just, I don't know, do something. We need to do something. Something like the shell will probably have like some sort of, I guess, inherent like context or some such. It'll be like some sort of object. Any object. Pick an object, any object, but not that object. You could just be any. That goes over so great. Yep. And then we'll parse, I don't know, whatever data into the context. If these string Yeah, a string. String is stringy line. And then we want to split. Or do I want to... I don't know, we want a good way of breaking up the characters. So we're probably going to use maybe regular expression. We'll have, I don't know, symbols? No? Sim? That's not a good word. I don't know, shell characters. Yeah. And what do we have? We have the ampersand. These are a character class. The pipe thing, the ampersand, semicolon, less than, greater than, parens, dollar sign, the back tick, the back slash, both quote types, space, new line, tab. Yeah. And then I want the line to sort of, I guess, match. Kind of like the first part of a thing. Maybe? Search. Would do search? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know what this other overload is. Curious. I'm... Ugh. How do you read strings again? How do you parse strings again? It's been so long since I did this. Is regular expressions even the right task for this? I don't know. Can we just grab some flavor of node and play around with like some string? F. And then we want to search. You return. You return 4. I mean, it kind of works. I guess. We're looking for this thing. We get 0. How about search? Maybe. Because then it's like I'd have to like iterate over all of them. Which I might have to do anyway. I might have to do that anyway. So... 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 Why am I so drawing a blank on this? This should not be that difficult. First... And then if... I don't know, first is... not -1. Maybe? Now we have fragment. Let's say we have split a fragment from line. The roboto. What the roboto? Hello and welcome, welcome. The Jade-san. We run this and say a hi. We get split. We get a split. Yeah, okay. sort of okay. But we also have to grab, like, the character, the special from the line. It's gonna be at first, and then you're gonna be first plus one. This is kind of like the partition function. Hi there. Yeah. Then if we did like sium, true space, I don't know, 0, something that looks like shell. I mean, it doesn't need to actually be shell, but it could be. You never know. So we mostly just split the very first thing up, yeah. So maybe this should just be like a thing that we test. Like, we should be able to parse this. Yes, well, line length greater than 0. Also, if we find nothing, then we will break. Oops. So we run that. We get stuff. We get lots and lots and lots of stuff. The USA. The Mesaka is in the USA. Much to my dissatisfaction. Much to my tremendous dissatisfaction. Let's see, this is like grab the special. And nothing but the special. Yeah, we get symbol, some special, some more symbol. More symbol. Shells be crazy. There's a couple of different ways of, like, I don't know, splitting shell tokens, I guess. If, however, we have whatever it's called, the single quote. We have to like do that kind of special. Array. I don't know if I want to do an array. Holding. Hold. Hold. Enough hold? Never enough hold? Why are we in holding? What is this supposed to mean? Yeah. So, I've made a very silly system to, like, incrementally possibly take apart strings. Kinda eek. Kinda eek. I don't know if it works the way I need it to work or not, but maybe. Maybe we can, like, finagle the special characters into some sort of... I don't know. I don't know if I want to write a regular expression to match everything. Just having a regular expression to catch the common cases is kind of fine. Sort of. Kinda. Sorta. Maybe. Probably. Like, it feels like I could leverage the regular expression a bit more. Like, I get more out of it if I, like, I don't know, told it to, like, grab the first item or something. Like, what if we want to split? For example. We want to split or we want to match? What if we do match? And I give it the characters. What is this put out here? More state machine, maybe. Like, I think regardless of how I match the individual fragments, we are gonna need some sort of... Honestly, it would probably have to be a stack machine because, like, shell code is very non-deterministic. You could just keep nesting it and nesting it and nesting it. It's kind of weird. It's kind of wild. So yeah, what if we rematch? What does this give me? Gives me index 0, input, groups. I mean, that's not the worst thing ever. Like, if I wanted to do, I don't know, this white space, for example. And we can do, like, more than one of those. So if something has, like, a ton of spaces in it, the regex will match all the spaces. And I think I can do space collapse. We still have index. It's kind of important. Mm. Let's see, what else do I need to make it do? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I think we might use match though. I like this a bit more. We use M index. I don't know, if M is null, then we break. Otherwise, we can look at the index. Which can apparently be undefined. Why are you undefined? We're basically just trying to like parse the input into like shell characters, like the special different components. We have to turn them into like tokens, and then the different tokens are gonna tell the thing what to do and how to parse the rest of the line. The to-do list over here, yeah, this has sort of got like, I don't know, various notes, various things that I'm planning on doing, stuff to implement, stuff that I might not implement ever, unless time gets away from me. Parsing. We're parsing. This function would be to parse lines of a script. It's whatever the script might happen to be. So this needs to be M index special. This is handled by the match. And this one is index plus special length. Arrays? C style arrays? We don't have C style arrays. Well, maybe we technically do, but that's not the point. Maybe it is, I don't know. Did I do that too fast? Or does it just not go? Oh, it doesn't go because we didn't specify the match here. We didn't do this one. M0? We want a special length. And honestly, I don't know. They really shouldn't be different. They really should just be the one way around. So we got the paren. We got the semicolon. And then we have different fragments. As always, as always. Just a big chungus. Hello, hello. Todsy. Todsiki. Best spelling. Best spelling. Yeah, I think the fragment is kind of good here, maybe, kind of, sort of. And then I need to like start shoveling stuff into a structure. Also, this should probably be constant. And then we want find the single quote. No, I don't need that. I don't need that. Right, Yak and Lex in JS. That might be going a little bit farther than I need to go. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't need to write parser generators. I don't need to write parser generators in JavaScript. Where we're going, I don't think we need that. And you probably need to, like, I don't know, maybe dig up one of my things. Example? That's because the example is C? And nothing against C, but this is a JavaScript operating system. And I know how to write parsers and lexers. I've done this before. I've seen too many of them. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to, like, sort of, like, take a novel-ish approach and see where it takes me. Because, like, the thing with, like, JavaScript and C, they don't work the same way. Obviously. You can't, like, just index into a string, for instance. I mean, you sort of can, but you also sort of shouldn't do that, because then something Unicode. And the last thing we want is for the shell to fail Unicode compliance. Because otherwise you have to bake that into the parser if you're working on the individual bytes. And iteration over arrays of bytes is not one of the fast path. Why can I not say this word? It's not a fast path in the JavaScript engines. Like, it might figure it out, like V8 will probably optimize that a little bit. Thankfully. But I'd rather not depend on that. Regular expression matcher, however. Because this is a built-in, means that we can sort of condense things in a way that makes sense. I think I could just, like, I don't know, shove the processing for the single quote in the middle here. Like, if we are single quote line will, let's see, I guess we'd have to, like, find the other one, assuming there is another one. If there's not another one, then yeah, that's input related. We'd have to switch the input mode. And if I'm doing input modes, then I should just have, like, a state for the current mode that we are in. Instead, very so this can be the Alex state. We can assume that we're in state 0, probably. And state 0 can be consignum. And we could say normal. Can be normal. Not very normal. Do I have to put the whole thing? Yeah, I think we have to put the whole thing. Good stream. Well, both hello and good night to the myriad minds. As always, we do appreciate the hello. The hello. And then we need one of these for single quotes. So if special is a single quote, for example, it could be like the state is not going to, not gonna fill that in. So then if we're in single quote mode, we want to like get the index of the single quote. And then if this is less than 0, we will break. We want to break out of this loop, though, of the scan. I'll break the scan. And then we'll have our fragment, the substring to M. Including M itself. And then the line will be everything else. Everything else. And we could say quoted. Maybe. Oh, and we have to put the state back to normal. Technically, we would have to, like, maintain a stack of states. Sort of. Which I don't think we need to do that, as far as I know. Well, actually, we might, because if we have like a back quote inside of double quotes, then we'd have to like pop the state. Yeah, it sort of has to be like a stack of states. Stack of states. Yeah. Maybe get rid of that from the input line. And then we also want, I guess, escape. So we have backslash. This will be escape. I could imagine that someone would be like, I don't know, they could be watching this and just sort of cringing or something. How bad it is. Sounds like something that could happen. Like, we wouldn't really want to have an else here, do we? No. Because we can just drop it out of here. I know I would probably cringe if I read this. Like, why is it indented like that? Why have I done such a thing? Just the Ricardo strikey. Hello? Hi, welcome. The welcome. Give me escape. So with escape, why you highlight? Why you why you like this thing? We'll have whatever escaped. Or do we need a fragment? No, we don't need a fragment. We do need the substring though. So basically just gonna grab everything. Let's see, it should be like backslash thing. So yeah, we want everything after character 2. And then this one is gonna be character 1. Assuming that exists. If it doesn't exist, well, very, no, actually, because the backslash was parsed previously, this would be whatever is at the start of the escape, like, yes, state roll around, yep, I might remember what I'm doing, I might not. Do I really want to log everything? Or do I want to actually work on fabricating the tokens? I think we want to as part of the context. Context object. I think keep an array of tokens. We'll leave that there. Shell context. It can be, I guess, an array of, I don't know, string doesn't feel right. Because it needs to do more than just be string. You also have to categorize the token. Like if we have a quoted string, for example, then it's not subject to like expansion. And that's contextually kind of important. Kind of? Kind of. So the fragment exists, then we will push the fragment. See if this exists. I'm kind of tempted to like put a single quote in here. Or I could just figure out how to like properly label my tokens. Not the worst idea ever. So yeah, this is gonna be escaped. There is no escape. No help. None. What do I want here? If the line length is less than 1, break scan. Then we got context tokens. Push line if we have line left over. And then we have the almost tokens. Almost. Almost. Some true 0. Yeah. We need to also actually put the whatever the special symbol is into the list. So probably want this part. I want to get rid of you. Probably want to get rid of regular expression being printed out all the time. Then when it comes to tokens, if we don't have something here, just push the special. I guess. Unless it's white space. Or maybe even if it is white space. Maybe if it's white space, it's fine. I don't remember. So now we got almost tokens. Almost. I say almost because they don't do something very sort of vaguely important. I mean, they don't do a lot of things that are vaguely important. But it doesn't tell me what kind of token it actually is. Dollar dollar. Not the dollar dollar. The cash monies. Dollar dollar? Cash monies? Dollar cash monies? Meisaka does not have dollar. What if? What if I made the whole thing a bunch of dynamic closures? Embrace functional programming. Because this is starting to take shape again. It has a flavor. So yeah, what do we need to do here? We need I think parameter expansion? And then we'll have I don't know, we would need to put it in parameter expansion mode. Not the parameter expansion mode. Spaghetti? Or the meat? I don't know. I think we're kind of still in spaghetti land. Still sort of in spaghetti land. Also, I think we could do... We could probably do like a lookup the what's it called? What's it called? The symbols. token modes or something like that. Yeah, very, I might want to make map. And then there's some way of giving this things. You iterable arrays of things. I just want to take all of these. And delete them. Boil them down to their raw constituent parts. Namely, that we have state equals the token modes. If we get the special character from it. Only potato or only tomato? I'm sort of a fan of tomato more than potato. It's kind of like the way of it. Get. Have next state. Then if next state is not undefined, you can switch states. Make that a little bit smaller. Kinda, sorta. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I don't know if I want to make this into like some tuple of different things, because we could make it a bunch of functions. I could just make it a giant array of functions. So, yeah, this is a thing that I could do. This did not go. Probably because this mode probably took everything. It took everything. I don't know if it's actually a very good idea or not. I guess we'll have, I don't know, the line. I guess we'll grab the first character out of it. Maybe. So you can almost do parameter. Almost. Almost. Introduces parameter expansion. I think. No, that's a double quote. Token recognition shall read its input in terms of lines from a file or from a string in the case of C. Input lines can be of unlimited length. Lines can be parsed in two major modes: ordinary token recognition and processing of here documents. When an IO here token has been recognized by the grammar, see grammar, one or more subsequent lines immediately following the next new line token from the body of one or more here documents shall be parsed according to the rules of here document. It's so rule. When not processing an IO here, the shell shall break its input into tokens by applying the first applicable rule below to the next character in its input. The token shall be from the current position in the input until a token is delimited according to one of the rules. Characters forming the token are exactly those in the input, including any quoting characters. If it is indicated that a token is delimited and no characters have been included in a token, processing shall continue until an actual token is delimited. Okay. Maybe. Not quite maybe. If the end of input is recognized, the current token shall be delimited. If there is no current token, the end of input indicator shall be returned as the token. If the previous character was used as part of an operator and the current character is not quoted and can be used with the current characters to form an operator, it shall be used as part of that operator token. I didn't even get around to operators yet, so I don't know. If the previous character was used as part of an operator and the current character cannot be used with the current characters to form an operator, the operator containing the previous character shall be delimited. If the current character is backslash, single quote, or double quote, and it is not quoted, it shall affect quoting for subsequent characters up to the end of the quoted text. Rules for quoting are described in quoting. During character recognition, no substitutions shall actually be performed, and the result token shall contain exactly the characters that appear in the input except for new line joining, unmodified, including any embedded in closing quotes, substitution operators between the quote mark and the unquoted text. Token shall not be delimited by the end of the quoted field. Which means that you can like glue things together. Yeah, I think I understand that sort of, maybe, sort of, kind of, perhaps. Like if we typed something like something and then we end the quote, but we don't put a delimiting space in here, for example. you can, of course, just type another quote mark, or like a backslash, for example, and then be like, more tokens. And assuming I didn't mess up the quoting of backslash escape characters, then it probably would work fine. Although I probably want to like context tokens, length 0, probably at the end of each parse until we figure it all out. Ah, yeah, yeah. The almost tokens. You can have like some quoted, a backslash quote, another quote, more quoted. And well, this would technically be splitted into like multiple like semantic token or lexicographic tokens. The array of symbols here would technically be combined by the shell into a single unified token for the purposes of like processing more things. Like if you are in a shell and you do the same thing, like this, and we paste this, you get the thing. More or less unmodified. And if you put the whole thing in double quotes, then you can put the single quotes in the double quotes. So yeah, that's sort of like a behavior that's kind of important. Kind of important. I don't know if echo is really like the best example, so we could do something like printf, and then be like string. Kind of, sort of, maybe. Let's see, if the current character is an unquoted $sign or backtick, the shell shall identify the start of any candidates for parameter expansion, command substitution, or arithmetic expansion from their introductory unquoted character sequence. The $sign left, what's it called? $sign left paren, the backtick, and $sign double paren. And honestly, if we're putting these together using shell characters, I would probably want to make that a thing. Like $sign, and then we could have one of these. I don't know. The designation of alternates here is kind of like it'd be sort of unusual. You have one of those, or you just have a $sign, or a paren. But we also need to take care of the case where it is like 2 parens. I also have to make sure that we escape parens. That's sort of important. This sort of kind of may be vaguely important. So we have all of these. And you are parameter. Maybe like the curly parameter, I don't know. The curly parameter.
Access granted.
Is it now? You are arithmetic. You are command sub. And your parameter expand. Command sub parameter expand. And then you are like the back command sub. Subtle difference, I guess, maybe. And then anything in here, if it hits default, I think we're going to like break. And we have state not implemented. Yeah, I kind of maybe I just want it just to suspend. So what do we have to catch here? We have to catch command substitution. We have to be able to get Backtick command expansion. Which that's gonna be fun. Fun? Fun. And we also need to catch arithmetic expansion. Technically. We also need parameter expansion. Shell parameter expansion, not JavaScript parameter expansion. You're supposed to leave? Scan, not loop infinitely. Not supposed to leap infinitely. So which state are we in? Can we like look this up or no? You're not in command substitution. I assume that's command substitution. Yeah. Parameter expansion. Arithmetic expansion. Too many expansions. With most of these, a lot of these features can be like nested. Sort of. Kind of, sort of. Because of course they can. Very very Oh, we need to do the hydrate thing. Yeah, the hydrate thing. I got all this water and I'm not even using it. Alright, yum. Sort of yum. Let's see, what else do we have to do to it? We need... I don't know, it's a lot of reading. I think what we will do is... grab all of these. I guess we could, like, put them into the thing. I really need to just make... like an array of, like, actual token metadata. Like, well, one option here is to go back to normal mode, sort of. I mean, that isn't quite right, obviously. Or maybe that's not obvious. Or maybe it's not obvious.
Joel.
Very Joel. Maybe it's very Joel instead. See, the shell shall read sufficient input to determine the end of the unit to be expanded. While processing the characters. If instances of expansions or quoted are found nested within the substitution, the shell shall recursively process them in the manner specified for the construct that is found. The characters found from the beginning of the substitution to its end, allowing for any recursion necessary to recognize embedded constructs, shall be included unmodified in the token result, in the result token, including any embedded or enclosing substitution operators or quotes. The token shall not be delimited by the end of the substitution. If the current character is not quoted and can be used as the first character of a new operator, current token, if any, shall be delimited. Current character shall be used as the beginning of the next operator token. If the current character is an unquoted new line, the current token shall be delimited. If the current character is an unquoted blank, any token containing the previous character is delimited, and the current character shall be discarded. If the previous character was part of a word, the current character shall be appended to that word. If the current character is a hash, an octothorpe, a pound, whatever you call it, it and all subsequent characters up to by excluding the next new line shall be discarded as a comment. The new line that ends the line is not considered part of the comment. The current character is used as the start of a new word. What do we got here for lexical grammar? Lots and lots of things. It's very grammar. E. It's still very E. It's kind of E. You know, I could put this over here. And then I wouldn't have to, like, turn around to reference it all the time. Because there's, like, you know, the grammar. And all those rules. For how to grammar. And I don't know if I am trying to grammar it the right way or not. Or if I am making a fatal mistake. So apparently we do like some sort of somewhat recursive thing. Recursive thing. Accursed thing. Maybe it's not that accursed. Maybe it's just misunderstood. Maybe it's just misunderstood. However, I think for each individual token, instead of trying to... I'll push the fragment. Or the special. We're gonna push like an array with fragment. Array of fragment, yes. You can be an array of string. Or maybe you could be an array of array of string. Array of string. So you can be word. You can be escaped. You can be whatever the name of this state is here. Maybe? You can be quoted. Fragment. Yeah, I think if we run all of this, it should result in lots of words. So many words. Let's see, do we have description of, I guess, blank? Line break, new line list, redirect, command word. Something about new lines. They actually describe how blanks work in this document. LCC type. Determine the interpretation of sequences of bytes, single bytes, as opposed to multi-byte. Characters are alpha, blanks, character class blank. Oof. Oof. So much oof. Like, these would be considered blank? Sort of? Maybe? I would think. Like, could I... Regular expression, you have character classes. Character classes, or regular expression engine supports. Things. A space. Which modes? I don't know which modes for those. I don't even want to know. Guess we could put a white space or new lines. We could put new lines before. Like space symbols. And if we put multiple spaces, which I should have left in the line. Yeah, you match multiple spaces. Okay. And we put tab character in the spaces. Also, if we're in like one of these, what is it called? Parameter expand back command substitution thing. These are sort of like important. Because if you're in command substitution, within the back-quoted style of command substitution, the backslash shall retain its literal meaning except when followed by $, back quote, or a backslash. Search for the matching back quote shall be satisfied by the first back quote found without a preceding backslash. If a non-escaped back quote is encountered within a shell comment, a here document or embedded command substitution, or a quoted string, undefined results occur. A single quoted or double quoted string that begins but does not end within the sequence produces undefined results. Lovely that. With the $command form in parens, all characters following the open parenthesis to the matching closing parenthesis constitute the command. Any valid shell script can be used for commands, except a script consisting solely of redirections which produces unspecified results. Unspecified results. What? What do you actually do? Makes an empty file. I mean, that's sort of sane, I guess. Sort of. Well, Bash seems to respect the production of files if you redirect inside of a command string. Which isn't like, I don't know, it's not the worst case, but apparently it's not defined. We're probably gonna do what Bash kinda does in this regard. Maybe. Possibly. What if we put stuff in the file? And then we try to execute a command substitution on the file sourced as input. It reads the file. In the case of Bash, we're putting the meh. Sometimes the meh is better than stuff. Bash sort of knows kind of how to do this. If the command substitution consists of a single subshell, a conforming application shall separate the opening paren and the opening paren for the subshell into two tokens. This is required to avoid ambiguities with arithmetic expansion. Because of course. Maybe not, of course. But it is a matter of process. I'm curious about this quoted thing. If we have, for example, if we have a bash and we want to do an echo, we have a quoted string to echo something, and we mix the quotes. Hi. Bash tosses an error. Which is an okay behavior to fall back on. I guess. I guess. Maybe. Then what if we put a thing? Then what do you do? Expected EOF while looking for matching closing paren. Okay, that one's maybe not like... What if you put the paren and there? No, it bails out. It bails out. So technically, I would want to prioritize the like back tick thing over other modes of operation. Also, hello and welcome to Takeda Harunobu. Welcome, welcome. See, the expression here shall be treated if it's in double quotes, except that a double quote inside this expression is not treated specially. The shell shall expand all tokens in the expression for parameter expansion, command substitution, quote removal. Next, the shell shall treat this as an arithmetic expression and substitute the value of the expression. With the following exceptions, only signed long integer arithmetic is required. Only the decimal constant, octal constant, and hexadecimal constants specified in the ISO C standard section 6.4.4.1 are required to be recognized as constants. Size of operator and the prefix and postfix increment decrement operators are not required. Selection, iteration, and jump statements are not supported. What? Oh, they put C in their bash? I heard you like C, so we put some C in your shell so you can see shells while you see shells. By the sheesh. By the sheesh shore. So we have I equals 3. And we echo I plus plus. I think bash supports some of this stuff. Like increment. Maybe left shift. Right shift. Assuming a right shift is actually an operator and not interpreted as, like, I don't know, a thing. Like, I don't have a file called 3 sitting around here, do we? No? No. What the heck is I? I is 7. What did the shift operators return then? The result of the shift. Yeah, they don't shift equal I. Can we shift equal I? We can. Yep. Yep. Okay. That's sort of amazing. What about negative I? Positive I? So if I is like -1, and we do positive I, it doesn't do. What if we do not? Yeah, where'd that come from? Not I? You are expanding the not sign. I was using that. I don't think it supports this. I don't think it lets me do that. Wait, how big of a thing can we do? Can we like less than 3? Greater than 3? And 3? Or 3? You can do this? We can do the ternary operator? We can do XOR? Probably? That's kind of funny. I didn't know it did this. I mean, I sort of kind of knew a little bit, but also like I don't know. I didn't know it had like the shift operators. I hardly ever used those. And then you have like modulus 7, div 7. Of course, you can add and subtract. We can multiply. How big of a number can we make using shell language? Around 64 bits? Does anything depend on it being 64 bits? Or is there specific here? What is this? File attributes, locales. Yeah, I don't know which section that is. If the shell variable x contains a value that forms a valid integer constant, then the expressions shall return the same value. All changes to variables in arithmetic expression shall be in effect after the arithmetic expansion, as in the parameter expansion x equal value. So we have I equals 4. Very fun. Well, you go through this stuff and then it's like, realize how sort of vague it kind of is, but also how it doesn't break. It's good, really, really. Really, really. I don't know if I should just like try to like pre-parse the command substitution or if I should do recursion to parse the command substitution. Because if we are inside of a command substitution with back quotes, for example, that sort of needs to get taken. It needs to get taken, and that needs to have a thing that happens, and I don't know. We could either like special case this into the support of command substitution state. Or the substitution could be done sort of in a different way. Like we could preemptively search for closing delimiters. Something I need to. Like if we have a command substitution thing, and in here we have this, then you would recursively send in here. Because you can't just search for the closing delimiter. You have to sort of recognize that it is an open delimiter, and then like if there is the backtick. Then like maybe command substitution can be nested though. Specify a nesting in the back-quoted version. Precede the inner back quotes with backslashes. You'd have to do this. But like, does this mean that you can also go deeper? Or no? I don't think we can go deeper. I think we'd have to like backslash quote the backticks. Backslash quote the backticks. That's let's shall we say fun. So it might be worth it slightly to maybe, I don't know, maybe like we reparse back quote strings. And then like reprocess them. Maybe. Backslash shall retain its literal meaning. Can we... What does that mean? Can we like echo a backslash? Not the echo. Anything but the echo. I'm not exactly sure what the premise of this line here is. I guess it's to allow it to like remove a layer of indirection. If I had to guess. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. So, it's sort of like, now how do I handle this particular case? What do I want to actually do to handle this? Do I want to recursively call into the back quote string, or do I want to do the iterative thing where we figure out the back quote level, and if we're inside of a back quoted string, then we like escape from it? Probably. Like, what if we put a back quoted backtick in here? That gets replaced. That gets replaced. Eek. What if we put a hash sign in here? We are just abusing the shell for the purposes of learning. So, yeah, the back quotes have a thing. This sort of does a thing. So what I want to do, what I think I'm going to decide to do here, so we are going to hold on to the state of the current level of back quote. We're gonna do the cursed thing of like try to remove all the escapes as we find them. Which is kind of an I don't know kind of moment. Don't know if we want to like do that or not. If we embed these, then like they kind of get processed, but they also sort of kind of don't. But yeah, I think I sort of get how it works. How it would work if I'm doing this convoluted, like, indirection removal of tokens, characters and tokens. So I want to take this, my silly test case here. So let's say we have a back quote string. I have to escape it in the JavaScript lands. That doesn't make it any more readable. Now we do like back quotes something high. Too many high. Let's see, where's my node function? I'm gonna rerun that. Do I pause? Do you like exit properly? Maybe, sort of, maybe, possibly, perhaps. Sort of, perhaps. What about command substitution? But we put a comment inside the command substitution. It eats the comment. Or eats the closing paren. So the closing parens don't bind very strong. Only the silliness with backticks. I guess that makes things a little easier to maybe figure out. I'm not going to claim that it is the most easy to figure out. He eats the comment. I meant that it eats the paren, not the comment. Because, like, if you put a comment inside of a command substitution, like you're doing backtick command substitution, this, it, like, it delimits properly. And if you don't do the backtick thing, like the closing parens, or I assume like also the closing, I assume also like the closing like curlies for parameter expansion also kind of, actually like parameter expansion uses the hash symbols, I think. Well, either way, I need to figure out, I'm going to figure out how to locate like single, like the what's it called, the backticks, probably. So I would need to remove a layer of indirection. Or, I don't know, that sort of makes my single quote parser. A lot less nice. like a lot less nice. What do I need to do here? What do I need to do here? I don't know, maybe I need to test for... Well, I think the first thing we need to rule out is an actual, like... I think we need an actual command list that's not just the tokens. Like, we need some more, like, contextual information. Like, for example, if you step into an arithmetic substitution, your arithmetic substitution is going to contain, like, a sequence of tokens that need to be, like, you know, substituted or whatnot. But also you have to recognize that the arithmetic substitution has, like, very specific, like, ending delimiter. So if you're inside of an arithmetic substitution, you want to be able to, like, feed it enough closing parens such that it ends the arithmetic substitution. Which actually is sort of like an unusual thing. Like, what if you didn't? What if you gave it 1? It doesn't like that. What if we put it here? Command not found. I? Did it? Okay, that's unusual behavior. It doesn't resolve the fact that it's arithmetic expansion based solely on the starting token. It also counts the ending token. So if your ending tokens have a space in between them, in Bash specifically, which is probably not standardized according to this thing here with ambiguities, Bash will treat this one as arithmetic expansion, or this one as a subshell command expansion. Does it go the other way? It goes the other way. I don't know what I think about that. I, I, I honestly do not know what to think about that. I almost wonder if this could, like, break something in some way. Like, for example, this here. Let's say we did, like, I don't know, arithmetic expansion. And then we, like, echo I. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. But then, what if the tokens in question were being expanded? I don't know if I could make it. I don't know if I can express what I'm thinking of trying to make it do. I might be overthinking this. This kind of thing, let's say we set n to be a pair of closing parens. And then in here, we do n. Okay, this isn't, it doesn't expand. Okay, that doesn't expand. At least I assume it doesn't expand. Let me put this in here. What are you looking for? EOF? Yeah, I don't think you can expand the shell tokens. Or if you can, you don't do it like that. I don't know. That's weird behavior. I don't know if I like the fact that you can just, like, change which kind of expression it is by putting a space at the end. Because that's not portable according to the specification. The command substitution occurs inside double quotes. Field splitting path name expansion is not performed. We don't even have any kind of expansions yet, and it's already kind of, like, weighing on me how complicated shells are. Of course, I knew this going into it, but still. I almost wonder if the recursive option would be easier. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, either way I do it, it is kind of doing recursiveness. 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 But that also means, like, if you're parsing something, like arithmetic substitution, and you encounter an ending delimiter, you'd either have to, like, reparse it, or just assume that it could be either one. Like, I don't think arithmetic expansion and command substitution are too far removed. Remove sequences of one or more new lines at the end of the substitution. Embedded new lines before the end of output shall not be removed. However, they may be treated as field delimiters and eliminated during field splitting, depending on the value of IFS and quoting that is in effect. So we sort of need a inside the context. I think we need, like, the current quoting level. Like the double quoted. Hello there. Again. Double quoted, for example. Yeah, we'll put that in here. Default that to false. Very eek. And then I probably also want to have a current, some sort of stack of the current, like, open-ended tokens. You found out about how the standard vector is implemented? Welcome to standard vector. So we need the open tokens. This is some sort of array. This will be an array of maybe objects, maybe arrays. Oh no, arrays are fun. Objects are also fine. Sometimes objects are fine. Small object optimization. Maybe in a good implementation. There are different versions of implementations of standard vector. So it depends on which implementation you are using. Some of them might have that, and some of them might very much not have that. Like if you got a C++ standard library that takes a more naive approach, it might just be the 3 pointers and nothing else. What do I have to keep track of here? Maybe it should be objects. Naive. An attempt that was given kind of like without like experience or thought. Minimal thought. So what do I want here? I want a state. Start and state. Small programs in the TypeScript. Doesn't like the TypeScript. I mean, I have a program that is like a small program written in TypeScript. It's called Chaos. Chaos. I don't know if I moved Chaos. What was it? I don't remember. It's gone. The Rust standard vector? Probably not, if I had to guess. But I've also, like, never actually bothered to look at the implementation. Because it's kind of similar to C++. I know that I've seen people build small object optimizations for, like, the Rust strings. But probably not VEC. Right, the fact that it is in there means I'm probably missing a slash. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I have this directory scanner called LS that displays the contents of directories. That's not quite what you mean, though. Is it? Is it, though? Rust doesn't really favor, like, optimizations, especially not with their standard library. They favor correctness. So, like, there's a lot of data structures in Rust that are, like, a lot bigger than they technically need to be. But they are assumed to be, like, algorithmically correct. Safe, if you will. Because that's more of a priority for them over, like, optimization. Not that the, not that the, like, compiler won't try to optimize things, but I don't know if it will catch something like that. What about here? Open tokens. Wait, what were you? An open token? Dart? Tokens length. State. Prioritize bloat. It feels like that sometimes. Do I want the current state or do I want the previous state? I don't know. I guess we could say the current one. I mean, they make sacrifices in their standard libraries. Like, the language itself is... I don't know, I would say it's okay. Like, you can express things like optimizations for small objects. But they don't, like, the standard library people, they don't do that. They basically left it up to, like, everyone else to, like, make a good suite of libraries and crates. And this is actually one of the more significant gripes that I have about Rust, is that their standard library is kind of... it's not great. Like, it's missing a bunch of stuff that I feel like it needs. And they're only just now adding some of that. They're not even adding everything that I'm thinking of. Or that I could think of. Or that maybe you could think of. Like, every time I, like, use the Rust standard library in some way that's more involved than I think it should be, then I either run into the fact that things are either, like, labeled as, like, nightly. So, like, they don't even support it in the normal, stable releases, or they just don't even have some of this stuff. Especially with, like, blocking and vectorization. Like, that seems like something that should exist. And it just doesn't. I'm so unsure why. A lot of that stuff is hiding in nightly. Multi-producer, multi-consumer. Like, why don't we have this? I mean, hell, the Tokyo crate has had this for like forever. Granted, it's like async if you go that route. But, like, this is not stable. Same thing with, like, the chunk things. If you have an array or a vector or a slice, and you want to, like, subdivide it into, like, fixed sized blocks, statically, I think this is especially true of, like, slices or something like this. There should be a way of doing that, and there is in, like, the nightly branch, but not in the stable branch. And it drives me nuts. Everyone just needs to roll their own things, slices. Yeah, Rust has, like, a language native feature called slices. And if you're in, like, if you come from, like, the C++ land, they're basically just, like, what are they called? The one that I can think of would be, like, string view, but slice is more generic. Yeah, it's kind of like just views. Spans. That's the one I was looking for. It's like a span, I think. Or maybe it is a view. I don't know, the terms get a little bit nebulous. The syntax is kind of inspired by Python slices, but also kind of not. Hmm. What do I want? I want... I don't know, the opening token? The slice object? Beware, the slice object? I mean, the slice object is basically just... It's just like an object model representation of the syntax that generates the slice. If you need to, like, do that for some reason. I don't know if I want to, like, keep the current state in some sort of special variable. I need the back command substitution thing. So with back command substitution, dry, dry, dry. Don't repeat yourself. Write everything thrice, quadrice. Dry, dry, ants. If only. If only. If only. And I might be throwing some shade here. Cool coding cap. Applied dry principles to chat messages. Is that too evil? Even for me? I don't know. I think I have like a backtick level. It's gonna be a number. You know, I'm gonna make all these things, and I'm gonna have initializers for them. Then they might as well be initializers. And the whole thing might as well just be a giant, like, class. Because then I can do other silly things to it. Other silly things. Oh my E. Somewhat E. Ands are done. Then you will hopefully not have heard my horrible, horrible comments. Oh, it's so bad. I'm so E sometimes. I'm just so E sometimes. I'm just so east sometimes. Okay, your single quote, single quote, single quote. You know, maybe I will mention it. By saying that slice objects are for the dry 7 times, you have inadvertently repeated yourself, thus directly contradicting the whole point of dry. Clearly. I'm very E. I hope you do not take offense to this, but I found it funny. Ironic, maybe. The dry kiss? Nope, not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. E? Is Meisaka E? Is Meisaka highly E? I don't know if I need to, like, put the loaded thing in here, because that's sort of... Like, do we subject it to expansions, or do we... Do we not? Do we not? Like, if the context backtick level is greater than 0, then... Oh, I so much overtime. Overtime. We have index of... Maybe not index of? Maybe I need a special matcher for backtick escapes. Because then we need... Let's see, what are the special ones? We have the backslash, backtick itself, the $sign, and then the single quote. The squote. The quote backtick characters. One of these sorts of things. One of these lovely things. Yeah, 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 yeah. What do we have? M for match. And then how did we take care of you? Line match. Sometimes it does stop very abruptly. Yeah, I think the only time where I've actually, like, genuinely, like... I think when I got, like, genuinely freaked out at something that happened on the stream would probably be... Oh, what was it? It would probably be the Soding raid that happened earlier this year. Like, I genuinely think my heart skipped a beat during that one. I was like, what? Panic mode? Panic mode? I lost my cool and collection in the moment. It was freaky. Freaky. I do not deserve such attention. Let's see if this is null. Break scan. Break scan. Or maybe do not break the scan. I don't know, one of those things. Otherwise we want to check the fragment. I mean, we sort of want the fragment either way, so... Fragment. Very fragmented. Maybe I want an index. Yeah. We have index. Deserve more attention? I mean, maybe? Just not all at once. I have a limit, I guess. I don't know why index would be null. Oh, they kind of ache. What are you? You are just the index itself. Index less than 0 break. I'm gonna grab the fragment. The all important fragment. A fragment? And I guess the thing here is, like, if we match one of the symbols that's, like, not... whatever it's called. Not the what's it called. Maybe I do want to break out the fragment. So you can get the fragment. And then here, if the index is greater than 0, -1 should be safe. I don't know what you mean, but like the point isn't to allocate memory, it's to like abort. It's abort the scan loop. So, because like the way that this works is we are given like a subsection of a line to parse. But also like, I don't know what you're talking about. Now that I think about what I'm saying, I don't know if you're talking about the same thing that I'm talking about. Very, index plus 1. Indexy plus 1. And then 64 ones? Yeah, that probably would not exist. I mean, part of the reason why the standard no position flag exists and is the value that it is because this value is very easy to calculate or check for on a CPU. Like a lot of CPU architectures have a built-in add function. You could be like add, check for -1, and the value is in fact basically just -1. But like, yeah, the value doesn't exist. Pretty much any value with the upper, what's it called, the upper 16 bits set isn't going to exist. Like, you aren't going to have 64-bit addresses that actually have any meaning to them. Nor are you likely to have 56-bit addresses that have any meaning to them. You know, 56 bits is way too much. But they don't convert it to an unsigned number. Instead, what they do is, like, the processor will, like, add 1 to it, And then if the result is 0, you know that it's no position. Because, like, as I've sort of mentioned before, CPUs have built-in checks for 0. Some of them can even do, like, checks for -1, I think, but that's a little more rare. So it's more of like an implementation thing rather than a something that could ever possibly get allocated kind of thing. Because it can't. Like, technically, if you were to treat it as a signed number, any assigned number in the negatives could have been the delimiter. But they picked -1 because it's easy to calculate and compare. Which, if you were talking about like optimizations, that is definitely an area where like C++ figured out the fast path and implemented this in their standard. Whereas you're not going to find that kind of thing in Rust. You're really not. You're really not. Yeah. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, I was removing backslashes from single quote strings. Assuming that they are embedded in backtick strings. Yeah, just shell things. Just nonsense shell things. Yep, sounds about right. But even on, I mean, that wouldn't be the worst thing ever for getting rid of the backslashes themselves. But I actually have to count them, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we do in fact have to count them. Because... 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 It's not just the backslashes. If we have a backslash and then a $sign, it like inserts the $sign. Which is kind of silly. Kind of eek. don't entirely know why they call these out, other than to make it a thing. Make things more obnoxious for me. What do I want to do? I want to find out what the character is. We're not doing regular expressions. We're doing a shell. So what is the symbol? If the symbol is, yeah, about the, it's not even for variable interpolation, sort of. I mean, maybe it is, but also sort of not. It's used for all sorts of things. No, I don't want that. I want the... I think I want the... Mmm. The mmm. The mmm. The mmm. Maybe if we echo... If we echo $N inside of the quotes, it does a thing. If we echo $N in here, I don't know if it did the thing or not. Because this is just an echo. It's just an echo. You're just an echo. What does it do? This does parameter substitution. Yeah, apparently you can put like backslashes in here in front of $signs. And it doesn't care. Why you would want that, though, I honestly, I don't know. Like, why would you want this? Why are those treated special? Actually, I don't think we want the $sign itself. I do want the backslash, though. Yeah, I think. So we encounter backslash, then we have to, like, unescape a backslash somehow into the fragment or something. I don't know. And if we have a backtick itself, one that's not been escaped, then we'd want to, like, leave a backtick level. Which I don't have well defined. And then open tokens, we would want to, I don't know, pop the current open token list item. And I guess technically we would want the open tokens at this point. We'd want to keep pulling them off until we find the, what's it called? A backtick. So maybe we hold off on that. Maybe we hold off on that one, and then we break scan. Break the scan. I don't know why I don't just make this a function. Instead, whatever the hell this is stuck, isn't it? Nope. Stop. Back. No string treat. I'm still kind of getting stuck somewhere, though. Where are we getting stuck? Is it here because we're doing that, not setting the thing? Yeah. Yep. Yep. Definitely. Maybe. Probably. The problem with this is I don't really get very much insight to where it switches modes. I mean, maybe if we do this. Maybe if we do this and then Quoden. Enough Quoden. Let's put that in there. Let's see the start. So it's back sub command thing word quoted true escape word something. Oh, something. A little bit of something. So the backtick level is greater than 0. want to reduce that. Otherwise, we want to increment it. Which I could use increment or decrement for. And then maybe we say and back tick so I know where it's at. I don't think that behaved right. Meow. Yeah? Let's see, what did it do? We do a back tick. Sort of. Was it back tick command sub word echo? A white space. Quoted. Nothing? Nothing is quoted. We get the nothing quoted, but that's obviously, or maybe not obviously, what we want. This is not entirely what we want. We want this to recognize the parameters in here, because this thing needs to like take the backslash and then grab the next character in the list. And then we will what do I want to do with this thing? I kind of want to take the line. I want to take line. Actually, I have another plan. We have a plan. See, this is regular expression. And everybody knows that regular expression is very regular and very expression. Hello, hello, to the Azrael IO. The wise and powerful Mesaka has deemed you worthy of living. Or something like that. Maybe we want, like, anything. Maybe we want anything. Pick a thing. Anything. But not that thing. 7 years of PC? It's not as uncommon as it might sound. Like, I can guarantee you that one of my computers is probably at least 7 years old, if not more. Because I don't remember when I got it. I don't remember when I get the silly things. Okay. Yeah, so if this is backslash, then we should be able to let's see, this needs to calculate fragment length. And then this, we would want to push a BT escape. I think. The monies. All to monies. Always to monies. That's what kind of causes me some degree of trouble every single time. Very eek. So much eek. POSIX is a lie. Oh, you have your quoted. Word back to quote something. Are these in the correct order? Order of operations is important. Evil. We'll just have some evil string here. Evil. No, we wanna like print the evil. I must print the evil. Lang? You must evil the evil. No. Oh no. Oh no. Display for me the evil. Yeah, I could have made this a little bit shorter. But I didn't. So what do you have in here? We have echo, echo, echo. See, I don't think we want to break from back. I don't actually think we want to break from scan on backtick. Instead, I think what we want to do is actually put this part here in a while. We want to iteratively reprocess the quoted tokens. Just want to break from I guess it would be the single quote level, maybe. Technically, we could do continue scan. Continue scan. If we hit backtick. Or is that the part where we want to, I don't know, a console error. Oh no. Oh no. Console error, oh no. Return? And then this one we want index plus M0 length. Because if we have single character, want it to like escape. If we want it to escape, this one needs to skip things if M0 is the single quote that we are looking for. We're going to break out of this loop, the inner loop. The inner loop otherwise we want fragment. I think. I think maybe we put the fragment first. Where are you? Fragments. Oh, these are very different now that I'm thinking about it. So I'm like, we don't need to hide the fragment out there. Inside is fine. These have diverged quite a bit. Maybe. 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 Parameter expand quoted. Backtick. Echo. Quoted true. That's not quite right. That's not quite right. What does this thing do? Echo. Word echo quoted true. The true should have the thing in it. Like, we're supposed to have this backslash listed in here, and we don't? And I don't know if this is because I didn't put it in the JavaScript, or got interpreted some other way. I don't think it got interpreted some other way, though. Seems a little bit unlikely. So what are we matching in here? Inputs. We got inputs. We got the prefixy thing. The prefixy thing is not a backslash. M. The let's just do starts with. That's a good substitution, right? Okay, there we go. There we go. Kind of. Kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of, vaguely, almost, but not quite. Because, yeah, reasons, maybe, perhaps. Or something like that. Or something like that. And then we need the... We need the what's it called? We have an escape. We have a backslash inside of the escape. Then we have to like recursively remove the backslash. Because I'm determined apparently to like, I don't know, one-shot parse this. I don't know if this is possible. I feel like it should be. I feel like it should be. It probably isn't. So it escaped? There's no escape. There is no escape. There is no hope. None. Or maybe there is, I don't know. Ow. What? Ow. Well, now that I think about it, if you're inside of a quoted command string and then you have one of these backticks getting escaped, it's it's kind of it's kind of very it makes me think, why would you do that? First of all, why would you do that? And second of all, why would you do that? And lastly, why would you do that? Why would you do that? If, 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 if. if the backtick level is greater than 0, and this might have to be a multi-iteration thing, I don't know. Or maybe we give it a nice comfy case, because, yeah, this is gonna get weird, I guess. This would get weird. This would get kind of freaky. Which is sort of like we have a date of the current state, and then we'd want to do something to it. Yeah, no, but yeah, but no, but so maybe this should just be recursive. Maybe I should just make it recursive. Because the more I push into this weird avenue, the more I'm like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Don't do it. It's not gonna end well. Just gonna get more spaghetti if we do that. So we're not gonna do that. I'm not going to do that. Instead, we're gonna take the back tick thing. We're gonna take the back tick thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, but yeah, but maybe. And then I'm gonna try doing this. We're gonna try doing this, like, escape matcher thing for the back tick. Which means finding the other one. Somewhere. So we're gonna take all of this. We're gonna put it over here. Just take that all the way out of this whole thing for single quotes. Don't make it complicated. Don't make it more complicated. It's already complicated. It's massively complicated. It should not be that complicated. It should not be that complicated. So we have the unescaped. There is no escape, clearly. Clearly. And then we want the unescaped. I'm just gonna stick a bunch of stuff on the end of that string. And then for this thing, if M1 is $, or M1 is the backtick, or if M1 is the backslash, these go in unescaped as the raw character. Otherwise, it goes into unescaped as the full set of characters. And then this one, we want to do something. Something. State normal. Continue. See, I don't know if we want the level changes like that or not. I don't know if we want this like outer if statement or not. We're not dealing with that here. Somewhat eek. I think we want to like pull the stuff off of line. Yeah. So if we escape from the parser early, then we continue and our line doesn't have that. And then I have to take my result, the unescaped value. And we have to, like, push this somewhere. In theory, we could recursively call shell parse. On the unescaped value. Using the current context. So we would want to push the backtick and then end backtick tick tick. Beware the tick tick. You know, backtick quoted true backtick. Remain high. Very high. Very high. I think whatever the high is probably just like a word or something. I had to guess. If I had to guess. Yeah, then we got true. A backtick high. And if we say, I don't know, N. The very N. Yeah, that gets put in there. Smudge N. Command is definitely not found. Command is definitely not found. Definitely not. Mm-mm. 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 Very much. So. I'm just gonna not worry about the fact that there might be, like, you know, multi-line stuff yet. Yeah, we're not gonna do multi-line stuff yet. Yeah. So with this thing here, I kind of want to put... what's it called? I'm gonna do maybe the closing parens next. Because those promise to be, like, difficult. Kind of. Obnoxiously difficult? Maybe not. There's got a bunch of tokens. I don't know if I want to, like, grab one initially, store it into in the state, the active state, or if I want to, like, do something else with it. I don't know, we might put it in here. We will put this in as, I don't know, end paren. End the paren. Oh, come on. So, again with the so. So I don't know if this is... I don't know if we want to push this into tokens. I want open tokens. So we can push the... start context tokens length date date backtick back command sum. Because if we are going to recursively parse this, then it's going to end up descending into the inside thing, and it's going to push those first in the list thing. First in the list thing. I am so good with words. I'm just so good with words. Oh, yeah. So in here, I want the open tokens. I'm gonna pop the open token. You know, I could probably grab just this object itself. And then if first is not last, then E. Throw an error. Throw an eval error. Eval. Eval. The eval. And it's looping again. Why are you looping again? Where are you looping again? Not in there. Not in there. Nothing in there. Right? Yeah, no. That's not it. It's here, isn't it? It's you, isn't it? Yeah, you can't leave any loose ends. You have to actually write the code. That's kind of important. That's kind of sort of important. That's kind of sort of important. So if we have line, a line starts with another closing paren, and that could be the sign that we have an arithmetic thing. If we have an arithmetic thing, what do we want? We want the current item in the context open tokens. And if you are null, then it's a pretty big then. Maybe if you're undefined. And we're just gonna start throwing eval errors everywhere. Oh, that's something here. That's something. That's definitely something. I think that's just because we're running this over and 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 over again. In actuality, we want to switch back to the normal states so that we can, you know, get back to our happy path. Just go back to the happy, comfy path. It's fine. We have arithmetic commands. It's probably an arithmetic one. Because if we have a last, and our last state happens to be arithmetic substitution, and our line starts with a closing paren, then we're gonna like skip that. Because it is in fact arithmetic at that point. I think we would also need to make sure that whatever it is actually happens. It's not so much that we need to check that. We need to make sure that if we have arithmetic sum, then the line has to start with a closing paren. If it doesn't, then we throw an error. I need a better error type. Probably. Let's see, and then what do we have? We have command sum is the other valid flavor here. I don't think there's actually anything special about that one. I can't see. I don't think we even have subshell. Those ones that we shove in there. The stack. The state stack. The stack of state stack. State. Tis the Azure Empress. Hello, and again, welcome, as always. What are you? You are unexpected. Closing paren. Unacceptable? Now, it's maybe not obvious, but all of this stuff in here is valid syntax. Like valid syntax? Who doesn't like valid syntax? The coding is sort of, maybe a little bit slow going, but good, I think. But also, it's sort of a hard problem, so I'm not at all upset with the level of progress. I think it's good progress. This is end arithmetic. Arithmetric. I'm working on the shell for my operating system. This is gonna be end state last state thingy. Last state thingy. We don't even put the subshell in here, do we? Subshell. Well, we sort of do. But it's not like getting this end bit here. I don't know why it's not getting that end bit. There's all kinds of output in here. Why is there so much output in here? Alright, get rid of that. State not implemented. I think we got that. Kind of almost tokens. We got the almost tokens. I think instead of printing out all the tokens, we'll display them out here. and make the debug less cluttered. But what I don't get is where my last token is going. Does that one not have a thing? Did I forget to put it in here? We do kind of put that in the list, the table list. Maybe it's getting eaten. Something could be eatening it. Like the parameter expand, for example. I think I was supposed to be throwing something on the parameter expand. Be like, that's not what you're supposed to... That's not right. It's like you got arithmetic. Command or subshell. And then we should have eval error. But we don't. Because we don't execute an end of line token. This is one of those weird tokens that's like... It's executed in place. So I think we don't want that one. We want to take all of the end paren stuff and maybe we special case that here. Special is a closing paren. And now we throw the errors. Yeah. Yeah. As far as I know, normal shells don't care about the, like, closing curly brace thing. It should be good, I think. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that means that if we enter whatever it's called, parameter expand mode. Parameter expand mode is a little special. Oh, parameter expand mode. Expression consists of all characters until the matching closing curly. And a closing curly escaped by a backslash. Or within a quoted string. And characters in embedded arithmetic expansions. Command substitutions. And variable expansions shall not be examined in determining the matching closing curly. Simplest form for parameter expansion is parameter name. Value, if any, of parameter shall be substituted. Parameter name or symbol can be enclosed in braces, which are optional except for positional parameters with one or more digits when the parameter is followed by a character that could be interpreted as part of the name. I don't even know what I just read there. I don't know. I kind of feel like I need to like get up and take a brief break though. Probably to grab some snack or something. Because I have been sitting here for an amount of time. An amount of time. Eee. So I shall be back in however long it takes me to make food or snack or whatever.